These are not tall tales, but factual accounts. Each volume is comprised of a simple, honest assessment of events, with an emotional detachment that affords the reader a certain degree of personal interpretation. Yet, despite Adol's dry and humble candor, all who read of these brave new worlds, these exotic landscapes and encounters, come away from the experience deeply affected. Indeed, it is as if the reader is right there with him, feeling just as he must have felt. The events I shall now recount took place a mere 3 years after Adol Christin set out on his first adventure. Collectively, these accounts are known as the Felghana Archives. I invite you to take up Adol's sword as if it were your own, and allow yourself to become immersed within his words. Imagine if you were he.
Hello, good evening, konbanwa. And before I get started with all my yapping, I just wanna give a little heads up, but today it seems like everything else is working fine, but it seems like I don't know why, but my Twitch manager isn't working properly for some reason. Like everything else is working properly and all, but I don't. But like I have access to the Twitch manager, like. I can still click on the buttons and everything, but for some weird reason, I can't click on the buttons, but I don't know which button is which, because I'm used to getting a black screen at my Twitch manager. So what this means is, well, I have no control over ads, so I'm gonna be unable to start ads when I want to, and I will also be unable to delay it. But this only goes for that. Everything else I can do like usual. But that was just a little heads up I wanted to give. Anyway, so a new week is now, so how have your day been so far? For me, it have actually been a good day for me. And actually, with the swimming, I'm actually doing really good with the swimming. Because I managed to actually do this time 10 laps non-stop, a little yes lap, and then another 10 laps non-stop. And it is actually quite good because one lap is 50 meters, and that means that 10 laps is 60 meters. And since I do 20 altogether, that means I do 100, that I do, yeah, 1,200 meters, or in other words, 1.2 kilometers of swimming, which actually is quite a lot. Anyway, and since our new week is now upon us, how have your weekend been so far? How have your weekend been? For me, it have actually been a good weekend for me. And do you have any plans for the week? For me, well, mostly gonna be the usual, but I did forget to mention another thing. I also applied for university today. Agriculture. I know I haven't talked about it most lately, but yeah. I do hope I get accepted because I do wanna work with agriculture. It's like a dream job for me. Well, I can't really think of anything else I want to talk about, so today we're gonna be playing some Ace Attorney Speed of Justice. But before we do that, so today I'm 52% bully, and I'm also 25% delicious, and well, I can't really think of anything else I wanna talk about, so I'm just gonna launch the game quickly. There we go. So let me use launch the game. So, hang on. Okay. Give me a quick second. So, last time at Ace Attorney Speed of Justice, so we managed to finish the investigation of episode 5, and we learned that Duke have a sickness, so even if we manages to win the case, so he's still gonna die, but at the very least, if we do, his evolution will succeed, because we did manage to learn one thing. We now know that Queen Amaya, the previous queen, that she's actually still alive. However, Queen Kayan is holding her hostage, and it is because of that Naruto is the persecutor. He doesn't actually wanna do this, but because Queen Kakayan have Queen Amaya hostage, Naruto have no choice but to do as he wants. So what we have to do is, well, we have to prove that it wasn't the dog that killed the Inca, the prime minister, and instead that it was someone else. And at the same time, we also have to prove that it wasn't the Duke that set his home at fire, and that it was someone else instead. And then at the same time, we also have to prove that Amaya is still alive. So there are actually 3 things we're gonna have to do. And if my speculation is correct, then this will be the final trial of the trilogy. And with that, let's actually get to it. So I'm just gonna launch the game here now. Give me a quick second. There we go. So the year cap is done now. So it is time to get the revolution started. And so everyone the truth about why this revolution is needed. So here we go. Objection! Okay. So let's get started here. My 19, 8:50 a.m. High Court of Kuroin. So I'm gonna do like what I always do before a trial. It's more for myself than for you guys, but it will be good for you too. Anyway, so first we have the usual Adonis Bates, and then we have a photo of Apollo's father. Eustace would die during the time that the arson happened. However, it wasn't the fire that killed him, but there was someone that abused him and killed him. That we know now. At that time, we didn't know his name, but now we know his name, and we also have his face, so we should actually be able to do a science with him now, and then we will know what he witnessed when he got murdered, because this is something we really need. And Jaifa doesn't approve of what her own mother is doing too. So we know that Jaifa is on our side now. Anyway. And then we have Inca's Artus Firepot. Minister Inca's Artus Firepot. Time of death, May 18, approximately 3 p.m. Cause of death, blood loose from the stab wound in his back. And then we have the diagram of the tomb with Amaya's sarcophagus being in the center. And then we have this broken statue here. And then some sergeant all here. And we know now that this sarcophagus is actually empty. Because I mean, Amaya is still alive, so of course she won't be inside a sarcophagus. And then we have the photo of Inca's body. And as you can see, he was holding a gun and he was apparently speaking on the phone or doing something with the phone. But he got stabbed with this knife. And the thing is, Toke was the only one there when it happened. And then this gemstone belonged to Inca, but for some reason we ended up finding it among the ashes of incense in one of Desert Wood. Now why it was there, we have no idea. And then we have the pink butterfly pendant, which we know belongs to Toke. And inside it, we can see a picture of Amaya and Toke from his younger days. And then when we was investigating the tomb, we found some blood stains, but the thing is, there's blood stains was whipped up, and apparently they don't belong to Inca. We don't know yet who they belong to. But at least we know it doesn't belong to Inca. And similarly, it doesn't belong to Token either. And then we also have Inca's painkiller shots, which Inca takes every once in a while, since Inca apparently have terrible back pain. It's actually so bad that he needs painkillers to deal with them. I hope I doesn't get like that when I get older. Put that aside. And then we have Inca's nude pad. And this one is actually very interesting, because as you can see, he actually noted down the fetters of all the people here. Inca's nudes, Nina, purple hat, glasses, diamond-shaped tattoo on forehead, Toke, long hair, eye pads, blue clothes, Phoenix White, spiky hair, blue clothes, pink necktie. Yeah, I actually do find that there's nudes very interesting, especially the one with Nina, since I imagine that he actually meet Nina almost every day, since she's always closer to Jaifa. And then we have a photo of Amaya that's holding, yeah, and as we can see that she's holding Naruto there. And we know that and we know when this was placed, because we can see this icon here. We did become, I think, before after Amaya was apparently killed, but we know she's alive now. And then we also have a standing photo that we saw it happened to take when he was at the passing with the Kayan doing a spirit Sanilin. And then we have Alp's statement too. Alpi's statement at around 2 p.m. Tots leapt out of a passing manhole, got yelled at by a dog and a wildcat, and then there was firecracker. The shocked look on Alpi's face had touching stitches when the police came along and detained the rebel. The noise spoke the soldier who ran off. When Alpi got up to him in the courtyard, Soldier had what looked to be Nina's hat. Yeah. Let's just say that I sometimes even wonder what that even is doing. Anyway, and then here we have the assassination file of Amaya, which have actually lots of important information here. Page 1. The arson incident involving Amaya's private residence. Amaya was asleep a sleeping pill and perished in the fire. Except for the fact that she is still alive. The lighter found at the scene had the dog's fingerprints on it. Page 20. Apollo's urine musical father, who we now know is Eustace, got caught up in the incident and lost his life. He was struck in the head by the culprit. The victim's passport and any pictures of him were burned up in the fire. Without knowing his real name, notification scenes could be performed. That was the case back then, but now it's different. Now we know his name and face. Page 34. As the son of the terrorist doctor, Naruto was expelled from the Ural family. Yeah, that's only natural actually. The idea that the sins of the father are visited upon his children is deeply rooted in the minds of the Chinese people. Yeah. I can only begin to imagine how hard life must have been for Naruto. And despite all that, he somehow managed to rise to the top. But he's still being tormented by the fact that Amaya is being held hostage. So we're gonna have to save both Amaya and Naruto. And then we have Toka's love book, which contains the TC Act, the Defense Culpability Act. In the name of High Eminence, those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. Yeah. Now that I know the truth about Amaya and Kayan, I wonder what the true purpose of this is. And then we have Toka's page. That's how the attorney page looks like in Quran. And it also symbolizes his creed. A dragon never yields. And Naruto was gonna confiscate it, but for some reason he didn't confiscate it. And I think I know why, because he didn't feel like he had the right of holding it. At the very least, that's what I think. Anyway. And then here are everyone that's involved in this case. So we have Joseph White, who is via its foster child, who's waiting for us to get on. And then we have Athena Sykes, who she's gonna be watching from the gallery this time, but you never know, she might help us regardless. We might, because you never know, we might need her therapy season. And then we have White, who's gonna be our assistant for this year. And then we have Naruto Satomati, who's gonna be the prosecutor of this case. And we know how much he is solving. So one of the goals here is to save him, along with Toge, who is the suspect of this case. And then we have Touch Eyeball, who is Toge's right-hand man. And basically not right in the head, let's say that. And then Emma Sky, the forensic investigator. And we also have Miles Edgeworth, who is the chief prosecutor. And he actually helped us quite a lot this time around. And then we have Maya Fey, who was being held hostage by Inca, and she's currently at the hospital. And then has the Inca I was talking about, who is the victim of this case. And then we have Yaifa, who is Kayan's daughter. And, well, she's told to be on our side, but we have no idea what the Kayan did last night. Because Kayan seemed like she was gonna correct Yaifa somehow. And then we have Kayan, who we know is she's not so benevolent as we thought she was. And then we also have Yaina, who is Yaifa's attendant, who for some reason disappeared completely after Inca got killed. Which is very suspicious indeed. And then we have Albi, who actually did a little help her too, since because of Sati managed to get Naina's hat. And that's basically enough of the year capping, so let's keep going then. Yeah, this is gonna be a long deal, but if I mean... Oh. Yeah, this deal will also market the start of the evolution. Still, let's not do it this way. If we're gonna do this properly. Violence will solve nothing. So let's do this in a peaceful way. That's the way I like doing things, at least. Anyway. May 19, 928. High Court of Kuroin, across the lobby. It's completely chaos outside. Yeah, no surprise there. Let's just say that Defiant Dragon supporters demonstrating for tokens of freedom have taken a very special interest in the outcome of today's trial. Yeah, that was exactly true. They look opportunity to stink us up if we lose. Well, let's hope it doesn't come down to that. Deals are pretty much like the ones back home, but with one major difference. Yeah, this is actually gonna be Apollo's first time. The divination science. Yeah. And that one is actually gonna make a big difference. The victims' final memories will become a matter for deliberation. I've heard about that, but they haven't stopped you from winning your cases high in Kuyoin. Well, that's because White managed to use it to his advantage. True, but it wasn't easy. Still, the memories of the dead are simply another piece of evidence. There's always a way to deal with them if your client is truly innocent. Yeah, that much is true. Well, I know Toke is innocent, but I have one more big secret. Apollo, in court tomorrow, you might find yourself faced with a truth that is difficult to accept. Yeah, I was wondering what the token meant, but I know you, and I know you can handle the truth, no matter what it turns out to be. I know that, because I believe in you. You're my son, after all. Well, I'm gonna have to find out for myself what he meant. Toke, what is that secret you're keeping? Heya, Eiji! Well, and how you are, Tots? Oh, thank you. Yeah, I do believe we're gonna be needing the Fontes Open too. Here you go, just like I promised. Fontes Op. The Fontes form has appeared from within. It seems only the Queen knows the Fontes yell name. Fontes Op added to the court record. Thanks, Tots. Hang on, huh? Hang on. Okay, just gonna grab the water. Okay, let's skip. Wait, weren't you arrested by the police yesterday? Don't tell me you managed to escape them somehow. Yep, and I spent the night in the slammer. And why are you here? I had a fine meal, a sober, even a bed. What more could I ask for? Ha 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 ha! Well, I'm glad you managed to have a good night. That actually sounds way better than where we are staying. Yeah, no kidding. Just remember, Eiji, if Toke is found guilty today, I know we all gonna be sent to the we all gonna get executed if that happens. We'll all probably be found guilty under the Defense Culpability Act too. Yeah, now to say something to that effect. Yeah, so that means that we have to win this case if we wanna stay alive. That means Kayan wants to take advantage of today to cause of a revolution once and for all. Well, we're not gonna let her. The fate of the revolution and every Koreanese person just on this deal. We continue your AE. I'll do my best. We'll be fine. I'm going to win this one. You'll see. The deal will begin shortly, Apollo. Let's make our way into the courtroom. Yeah. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do this seat. My 19. High Court of Korean. This is gonna be a long one. Day 1. Court is now in season. All eyes. Let the deal of Dr. Satmati begin. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecutor is ready, Your Majesty. So it's really come down to this. Well, don't expect me to hold anything back, Naruto. Yeah, it's not like we can afford it anyway. This deal will examine both the murder of Justice Minister Inga Kakul Kuroin and the assassination of the former Queen Amaya Sigata Kuroin, who is still alive. First, I believe we should address the murder of Minister Inga. Yeah, I agree with you. It is better we start with the more recent one. Would that be acceptable, Prosecutor Satmati? Prosecutor Satmati? Yes, of course. Please proceed. Okay, that's not really like him. It was his mind somewhere else. What's with him? How very unlike you, Prosecutor. Is your mind elsewhere this day? Not at all, Your Majesty. I don't know. You usually not one to start, so are you really going to be able to go through with this, Naruto? Well, Prosecutor Satmati, I won't be remiss if I fail to voice a concern of mine. I have heard mention that you are son to the August Duke Satmati. And that is actually correct. You have heard due. Is that fact pose some sort of problem, Your Majesty? A father being persecuted by his own son? Could one possibly create such a case without having personal feelings intervened? Well, normally that is extremely hard. Yes, without question. I'm not so sorry about that. Yeah, everyone else seems to be thinking the same. Can he really help this? Even if it is Pysäköity Satmati going against his own father is used. How can the son of a Gimlon even be a Pysäköity in the first place? Toke? Fellow citizens, you want to do well not to underestimate my son. He's not one to allow personal feelings to interfere with the execution of his duty. Isn't that right, Naruto? Why are you encouraging him? I will not stop until my work here is done. See? So all you doctors used to sit back down before you tip over your own stupidity. Ha! 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 The ghost will not take the stand without first being summoned. In any case, if Pysäköity Satmati has no issue with this arrangement, then let us commence the deliberations. What? Huh? Kayan? One moment, if you would. Your Eminence? Okay, what do you want now? Your Eminence, what brings you here? What? Oh. Wait, so you're gonna be Naruto's assistant, huh? Your Majesty, it won't appear that Pysäköity Satmati does indeed have some reservations. No, that's not true. Did you truly believe you're going to deceive me, Naruto Satmati? One should hold no reservations if one is to stand on this hallowed funerary ground. I have known your eminence. And I have known you. No, it is clear we cannot leave this matter to you. It is actually gonna be hard to... Because we're talking about the queen after all. We shall handle the persecution of enemy of the crown Duke Satmati personally, but remain by oversight and bear witness to how a true persecutor enforces the law. Huh? Wait, why are you calling yourself the true persecutor? Excuse me, but is the queen going to persecute the case? Well, it looks that way. Is that, you know, Kose? Okay, I have no idea what the Kose means. There is no need for concern. Before we were crowned queen, we sought as a persecutor. Ah, so that's what you meant. So you do know what a persecutor is supposed to do then? Okay, this isn't gonna be easy then. Since we're talking about the queen and a former persecutor. Jelly? Alltså fojerna. Your ignorance can be excused, but notice the persecuting source of the Queen Amaya assassination case 23 years ago was none other than Her Eminence Queen Kayan Sikata Kuyoin. So she was the persecutor back then. Post your majesty, and notice, why doesn't anyone ever tell me these things? Well, I mean, this one is news to me too, and the same for White. I'm pretty sure that White didn't know this neither. I thought she served as the Minister of Justice, but she was also a persecutor. I'm guessing she probably moved up the ladder from persecutor to Justice Minister. Yeah, and then from Justice Minister to Queen. We persecuted that case 23 years ago, but no verdict was ever rendered. We had one guilty verdicts in every case until then, for no lawyer could stand up to us. An undefeated persecutor, and that was before DC Act was a thing. Oh, I am at a loss for words. To think I would once more bear witness to Her Eminence at work in the Hall of Justice. Yeah, this isn't gonna be easy now. The first deal in 23 years. No quarter shall be given to criminals. We shall persecute them with all our might. And I shall do my best to stop you. Huh? Well, that's quite... well, that's quite the answer for me, son. It's like she's a wholly different person. Is this really Kayan? I have to wonder. It doesn't look anything like her at all. Oh, what a magnificent sight! The Queen's attire from her persecuted days. To think we will get to see it once more. What the... Well, well, another outbreak an outbreak is coming up now, and well, I wish I could, but I can't really. Well, actually, I can't really start at all here, so I'm gonna. Since I can't really do much about it, yeah, it is only the manager, and I don't know why. Anyway, that aside, well, regardless, I can't really. I wish I could, but I can't. Oh wait, or is it? No, I can't. Or can I? Well, regardless, another pack is coming up, so we're gonna go be right back, and I'll see you in 3 minutes. Alright, I'm back now, so let's keep going here. It is little surprise we got that from Kajan. And by little I mean whose. What the that's Queen Kajan? Apparently it is. Talk about an extreme makeover. Yeah, extreme indeed. Yeah. It's all coming back now. The, the feel of my blood pumping through my veins. Who do you, or enemies of Kuroin, for I saw personally slice, dice, and grind you up into hook feet? Well, that's quite a language you have. She's quite cute. I don't suppose I can ask Hattie Yulback to have polite peer makeover personality. I think it's too late for that. No, this, Lavia. Yes? No, that I stand as a persecutor. Consider your defense against a headsman full. If you wish to leave any last words, I advise you to start thinking of them now. None shall be needed. Well, you still have a head with which to think. That is... me. Is that serious? No, it is time for the divination science. Wait, aren't we going a bit too far ahead now? Jaifa, come forth. Well, Jaifa is or no? Okay, why is Jaifa looking... Actually, I wonder what you did last night with Jaifa. You benevolence. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. She seems somehow scared. Your benevolence? I understand it might be difficult for you, but... my will proceed with the divination science. Yes, let us proceed. Forgive me for asking, but are you feeling physically unwell? If so, I would advise you to avoid any undue excession. You benevolence? Yeah. Okay, well, it's not a simple matter of this being about her father. I have no idea what Kaya Neven did, but she must have done something to Jaifa. What's wrong? It's like her mind's anywhere but her. A lot's happened since yesterday. On top of the murder of her beloved father, she found out that he'd been planning a coup. Yeah, and then she also found out that the Kayan have been lying. And today she'll have to experience his death through his own eyes. Yeah, that won't be enough to shake anyone up. Well, I think there's more to it than that. Still, it seems like C was of today and C was yesterday. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I don't remember having this step, yes. Yes, it was a tad bit more outgoing. We must speak with oversight. It is a murder study. The discipline has siled after all. Now, if you would excuse us, discipline, coming from her, I don't like the sound of that at all. Yeah, that is actually the thing I'm worried about. Wait, can't it do something to her, did she? Well, it wouldn't surprise me if she did. Your Eminence, upon today's divination science, as I understand it, the prosecution has yet to revive its content. Oh, is that so? Is this a deviation from protocol a part of your plan? Prosecutor Satmati, would you care to explain your actions? Your Eminence, the accused was caught at the scene of the crime. Therefore, I deemed no science would be necessary for such a clear court case. No, that's not how you usually do things. Maybe it's more like, did you do this to help Yaifa? You and your bleeding heart? You seek to spare Yaifa the drama of witnessing her father's death? Is that why you have done this? I suspect there are some more. Not at all. You were concerned for me, Prosecutor Satmati. That's oddly compassionate of him, all things considered. Yeah, that it is indeed. He's usually much more cold than this. Your Eminence, Your Majesty, regardless of what is best for her benevolence, this case is blessed with a bounty of incontrovertible evidence. So I believe we could use a swift verdict without devoting precious time to a science. You have a point. Personally, I would like to spare her benevolence any honor to misery. Experiencing the murder of a loved one is a burden no one should have to bear. Prosecutor Satmati, Your Majesty, can this deal duly proceed without a divination science? Well, we will find out later, but hopefully you won't have to do it. I can't blame her for not wanting to experience her father's murder firsthand. Your Eminence, what are your feelings on the matter? Shall we have her benevolence yet on home for some most needed guest? You're asking the wrong one because I know that Kayan isn't gonna let her do that. We shall not. I called it. I mean, it was predictable. You fools spool have it, you feckless words of compassion. What I think to say about your own side. Listen well, Jaifa. You have spoken time and time again about how grown up you are now. Yes, but... So, let us see if your business has truly come into her own. Are you prepared to fulfill your duty and perform the divination science as you sold? I don't like the way you're doing it, and the way you're forcing her. Yes. That's better. See, problem solved. Boy, Ifa, is this really a good idea? Well, Kyle doesn't really care about how she feels. All she gets about is putting an end to this evolution, no matter the cost. I guess we'll see. Very well, let us begin. The divination science. Naina, Mayup. Yes, she's still gone. Oh! Looks like Naina's still missing. It's been a whole day already. Yeah, what even happened with Naina? Bobbed head. Yes? Do you move my up? What? By me? Well, maybe because she's comfortable with you doing that. Anyway, don't keep her benevolence waiting now, Mr. White. Can't you see she's ready to begin? Yeah, you have no choice, White. Great. I've been used to usual European mover. It's like she's coming Mr. White to be Naina's replacement. Yeah, it certainly seems that way. Very well, you benevolence. Please start when you are ready. Come, Jaifa. You know what must be done. There is no turning back now. Well, I mean, you are literally forcing her. I know. The final memories of the deceased. This is all to be interesting. Well, have we gotten?
始祖様の名のもとに御霊の託戦の儀式を執り行う。皆の者、目を開き耳を傾けよ。今奉納の舞をもって被害者の御霊を呼び戻さん。
Yeah. Basically the only time that we have a voice acting.
解くと見よ。水鏡に映し出されし最後の記憶を。
Outside of the scenes, I mean. But will she still be able to perform her dance properly? Well, that remains to be seen. I mean, If nothing else, she does have the muscle memories. And the muscle memories does make quite a big difference indeed. Well, she seems to still be able to do it alright. But yeah, like mentioned, for now we're focusing on Inga. Let's see. Well, if you see, nothing is happening. Did she do something wrong? I, uh, Okay, that might have been too much for Yaifa. I know it was a bad idea. You benevolence? Okay, maybe that wasn't it. She did everything right, but it used to became too much for her. What's wrong? This is unacceptable. Bali, take her benevolence to the first aid station at once. This is not good. Yeah, I'm less worried about the science here. So the divination science is out of the question then. Your Eminence, do you have any idea why her benevolence collapsed so suddenly? It seems he was not ready for what the Tigist was to reveal. It overwhelmed her. Her inexperience and immaturity left her ill-prepared to face her father's death. And she said she could go through with it. How very disappointing. I mean, she didn't actually wanna do it, but you was literally forcing her. I know someone was not winning Movie of the Year. Ever. Yeah, I mean, of course I was going to be overwhelmed. She still used a child. Yeah, and the Kayan seems to ignore that fact. It seems we have no choice but to move on to witness testimony, Your Majesty. Oh, yes, let us proceed. Palif, summon the first witness, if you would. So who's the first witness? Okay, why is the Kayan? What do you mean that he's the? What do you mean that the Duke is the first witness? Is this not a ghost? It is indeed. I thought I would give him the opportunity to plead his case. For due justice is more than an unilateral presentation of the facts by the prosecution. You forgetting about the also defense lawyers? That since anxiety is still clearly okay, that was a hard word. Uncharacteristically fair of her. However, so the accused failed to produce a convincing testimony. He, along with his cabal of dangerous lawyers, shall immediately be found guilty, and their heads will roll from their shoulders. What? I thought I know there was a cut. Well, of course, she just wanted this to be over and done with. You could. You could. You use. Same as it always was, I see, Kayan. No then, Mr. Duke Satmati, if you could enlighten us as to what happened. Well, I would, if I could. Yeah, it's gonna be a bit hard because he don't really remember most. But we'll see where this will go. Duke explains himself. I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the dome. The next thing I knew, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand, and lying right in front of me was Inca, dead as a doornail. I have no recollection of what happened in the interim, but I didn't kill him. At least, I don't think I did. It goes against everything I believe in. So you never had any intention to kill him? That didn't explain squat. Well, Apollo, what did you expect? He did say already that he didn't remember anything after he entered. For the record, let it be known that the accused fingerprints were all over the motor weapon, and since he was caught in the act, there was no sense for a third party to tamper with it. Well, that certainly seems to point a finger at you, Mr. Satmati. Even as a lawyer, I have to agree with you there, Your Majesty. Ha 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 ha. This is no time to laugh. Seriously, Doge, this is no laughing matter. This is exactly what Kayan wanted. Yeah, she knew that the Doge had no memories. To have Doge try to plead his case, only to fail miserably. How low can she go? I mean, we're talking about someone that's holding her own sister hostage. Prosecutor, behold this most unpleasant of spectacles, and let it be etched into your soul. See how, instead of accepting the inevitable, those face-paint lawyers float and flop themselves straight into the abyss of despair. Yes, Your Eminence, Show me the way. Well, we still have the cross-examination. Now then, would the defense please begin the cross-examination? Yeah. We might still be able to find something we can use here. Duke explain himself. I was struck by a sudden dizziness the moment I entered the tomb. Hold it! You were struck by a sudden dizziness? Was it because of his illness? That might be it, but I was also speculating it might have something to do with the incense. Is that something that has ever happened to you before? Can't say that it has. Maybe Ace is catching up with me. I'm not being sick after all. In other words, there is a good chance it have nothing to do with your sickness then. That's not the issue, huh? A most cunning excuse won't be fitting an insidious insurgent. Or a killer would is not yet call his crime. How very convenient. Next, I imagine you will plead insanity. You aim to seek a lesser sentence to excuses and subterfuge, do you not? Now that's not the case. Don't make me laugh, you malevolence. Whoa, damn. I mean, I did say that she was a malevolent queen, but still, man. Even I wouldn't go that far. Damn. How dare you? I'm merely stating my innocence. I have no intention of offering excuses. It's your baseless speculation I want to take I as a foolish. You to say the full bit? Damn. Is it you wish that I should claim you had right now, in this very hall? Well, that was certainly speaking so long. Ha 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 ha. Let's load. Doctor, why don't you let me handle it from here? And if there's anything you need to say, you can say it to me, okay? Yeah, you're going a bit too far there. Anything to stop you from needing the queen? Next time you have an objection, you'd better have some proof to go with it, Tuke. The August will continue with what he does, the call of the crime. The next thing I know, I was standing there with a bloody knife in my hand. Hold it! Do you recall anyone putting the knife in your hand, Tuke? Wish I could say I did, but I don't remember a thing from before I came to. You think there might have been a third party in the tomb person? Well, right now it's hard. If there was, it is actually hard to prove it. Yeah, because if you didn't do it, then the Yale killer must have been there with you. You can't, your eminence! Okay, why did you suddenly call you all gods? Du ska gå anywhere without those seconds. Måste jag då bara inte dump when you were securing it? No, your eminence! We sourced high and low, but found no one of the sort! Yeah, and reality never thought. And there you have it. Oh yeah, they did source the palace. Furthermore, my gods had the entire dome surrounded, so there was no way for anyone to escape. Yeah, and we was there when it happened. That's right! No one got in or out without our knowledge. Her Eminence's on-site ejectives were absolutely flawless. There was no need for that. There really was no need for you all to pick up your swords there. Ugh. Do you see though? The presence of a third party is beyond the realm of possibility. The tomb was, for all intents and purposes, completely sealed off from the rest of the world. Well, that's actually true. Since I was there, so I know. What a waste of time! How can it be any more obvious? Toki must be the killer. Thanks for nothing, Kalikai. As if our case weren't already deep enough. Of course. What do you believe about the possible presence of a third party? Well, based on the situation you presented, I'd say the chances are slim to none. Great, even you agree with her. You didn't have to agree with her, Tuke. Let the accused statement be added to his testimony. Very well, Mr. Satmati. If you would. It's like the more we press, the thinner our case gets. Well, let's keep pressing, and maybe we'll work out the wrinkles in it too. Yeah, a good idea actually. The possibility of a third party being there in the tomb is properly non-existent. Hold it! We can't prove you innocent without at least the possibility that a third party was there. Find the possible in the impossible, son. The possible in the impossible. Well, there is one thing coming to mind here. Well, I saved that for later. I first have to press you for everything. That's just what a lover's got to do sometimes. Isn't that right? Right? Who? Me? Yeah, you could say that. I've seen more than my fair share of deals like that. Let's start with no viable evidence, useful testimony, or any hope of winning. Yes. But you forgot sweet desperation and a little lot. I always manage to pull them off. That's actually true. Right? I can see why we are keen to experience you and I. Ha 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 ha. Yes, taking cases like that must save years of your life. Yeah, I don't wanna imagine how stressful it must be. Ha ha ha. If that were you, I'd be long dead. Well, that's true. Find the possible in the impossible. Cannot be that it was at least possible that there was a third party there. Okay, what did you see at the scene of the crime? Let's see. I came to... And lying right in front of me was Inca, dead as a doornail. Hold it! You stated that he was as dead as a doornail. How can you be so sure? I mean... This one says it all. It's pretty easy to spot the difference between a soulless man and the soulless cell of a man. Oh, I think I get what you mean. His complexion and the amount of blood at the scene made it obvious which it was. What's your words or usual your Minister Inca more sooner than expected? You can bow your head before him and seek his forgiveness there in the twilight yell. If you still have a head to bow, that is. You bloodthirsty spider! What happened to you? There was still a little love in your heart 23 years ago. You even used to think of me as a beauty. Okay, that's hard to imagine. It seems you truly do have a death wish. Ha 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 ha! Is that really all you record? Okay, I'm begging you. Enough of the lip. Just deliver your testimony, please. Alright, I'll try, but I can't promise you anything. Well, at least you try. I will know your collection of what happened in the interim. Hold it! A day passed since the murder. Haven't you remembered anything in that time? My memory is a complete blank. It's as if that part of my brain has been scooped right out. How very convenient. But even if you have no memory of the event, your guilt is without question. There is nothing more to debate. You're forgetting one thing, Kayan. I have no motive. You need a band of insurgents that seeks to overthrow the government. I would say that alone is motive enough to slay our kingdom's Minister of Justice. Well, she's actually right. I've declared countless times that I led a bloodless revolution. I forbid violence and murder, even if some young members might have a thirst for blood. A bloodless revolution, he won't really have a motive in that case. Yeah, if he wanted to be bloodless, then killing someone would literally defeat the purpose. Is that an important statement? But I will go back to that later, so for now I say no. No, it's not all that important. But I didn't kill him. At least I don't think I did. It goes against everything I believe in. Hold it! Can you state that you didn't kill him more definitively? How can I, when I have no memory of what happened? Well, can you at least state whether or not you are a martyr? That I can do. I am not a martyr, and I would never kill anyone, no matter the circumstances. Good, that's what I wanted to hold. And do you have any evidence to support your claim that you did not kill the minister? Evidence? No, can't say I do. In that case, you misstrike the statement I didn't kill him from your testimony. Wait, you can't use this testimony like that? I mean, I'm the one cross-examining the defendant and all. Aren't you battling tongue for your devil? I'm the queen of this kingdom, and the queen is the law. As such, I need not follow the laws that are in place. I can make and break them at will. And you know what that says about you, right? Henceforth, the accused will refrain from stating, I didn't kill him. What? So, whatever. It's the guy on solve after all, same as always. Anyway, though Ficus, there's no evidence that proves I didn't kill him either. Hold it. Okay, leave the evidence finding to me. No, please. Will you stop agreeing with everything the prosecution says? Alright, I'll stick to the facts from now on. But remember, son, if you truly believe in me, you should be able to prove my innocence. I know you can do it. I do what I can. He believes I'll prove him innocent, even with all this inconvenient truths. Is that what he's saying? Basically, yes. I think Tokyo might be onto something. Even the most disadvantageous facts might point the way to the truth. So don't ignore them. Think of them as food for thought. Don't worry, I know. Yeah, I'm making good use of them. The worst of times are when lovers have to force their biggest smiles. I need to remember that, no matter how difficult the facts might be to deal with, if only we could establish the possibility of a third party. But if the possibility itself even exists, we don't have a choice. Proving it exists is the only way to start a real dialogue here. Yeah, that was it too. Anyway, let me use the save. There was one other thing. So I'm just gonna go ahead. No, if I remember correctly, it was this one. So hang on. Just hang on that. There we go. Yeah, it is actually. That was an important statement. I'd like my client to add it to his testimony. Very well then. The accused will please do as the defense has requested. Well, have we got then? I don't have a motive for killing Inga. After all, me and my ilk seek a bloodless revolution. Hold it! A bloodless revolution? Could you be more specific? I'm talking about the Diakintis Pompous persecutor her of her bloody throne. So go ahead, Kayan. Act all high and mighty now, because it's the last chance you'll get. You still speak of rebellion despite the sources against you. You truly are a fool. I will prove you killed soon enough and display your head for all of the Kuroin to see. People will forever speak of you, not as a revolutionary, but as the terrorist you are. You're mistaken, you maleficent. It will be you the people will speak of, as the tyrant who was overthrown by her own people. I wonder if you will still be sparing such nonsense before the headsman's axe. Ha 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 ha! I'm afraid I'll still be like this in the afterlife, despot. I know that self-restraint is as foreign as apple pie to Duke, but I'd really rather go home than to the Twilight Realm after this. Yeah, same hat. Still. Still, I wonder, was that one really needed? Well, this isn't I'm gonna have to think, huh? Well, I did have one thing in mind, huh? No, let's see if I'm right about this. But this was the only thing coming to mind, so... Objection! Oh. Well, I mean, there was two things coming to mind, I should say. So that one was wrong, but there was another thing I should consider. So let's see. Oh yeah, that was the other thing I had in mind. So objection! Your Eminence, I'm afraid that this deal will not go exactly as you anticipated, because I can solve how there might have been a third party in that tomb. Oh, how very fascinating. Go on. I do so love a good fairy tale. When we see how most of it is a fairy tale. vi tittar luminol test att det kan se. And vi fond att blodet stängt att titeln baserade justitieministers blod. Jag vill mind you att ni inte tycker när Mr. Sofie var ingjord till inte incident. The thing is, this bloodstain we found had been whipped up by someone. What's this? But we wanted on such a thing. Someone that wanted to leave any evidence behind. That's the big question, isn't it? Who whipped up the blood and why? Thinking about it logically, it must be someone who wanted to conceal the presence at the scene of the crime. And to whom do you suppose the bloodstain might belong? Well, that is a mystery. The bloodstain belongs to... Well, I would like to say that it belongs to the actual killer. The bloodstain belongs to the Yale killer, of course. Whoever it was, they were probably thought while they were attacking Minister Inga. Yeah, because as you can see, he was indeed holding a gun. And since the blood would give them away, they had to whip it up. I say this because we know for a fact that the justice minister fired his gun in the dome. You have the memory of a flea. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. This too is a known fact. Well, I would like to disagree with you. But a bloodstain from a third party means there must have been someone hiding there. Very well then. Tell me this, where was this third party hiding? The crime scene was thoroughly searched after it was discovered. So if there was a hiding place, it would have to be somewhere no one wanted there to look. Oh! Right, when you're saying it like that, you're giving me another idea. We know that this one was actually empty. So this does make it possible. Somewhere no one would look. Let's have you defend. Let's have you answer, defense. No, where could the third party have hidden? Well, I saw you in a bit. But I will do that after the art break. Sadly, I don't really have any control over them this time around, so... But anyway, yet another art break is coming up now. So I'll go be right back and I'll see you in 3 minutes.
景色うっすらと雪積もるこの街には冷たい音が響く守りたい守れない信じたい何を信じればいい迷うたびに強く胸の奥の決意今抱きしめ果てしなく続いてゆく終わりなき旅路未来への道見つけ出すからそうずっと歩いてきた奇跡ただ信じどんな運命が待ち受けてても進もうまばゆいこの星ゼロに戻るならば全てを捨てていくから最後の日が来るまでどこまでも逆らい自由になれ過ぎ去った時間を巻き戻すとしても君がいる場所まで何度でも前に迷いを断ち切り逃げないで自分と向き合え聞こえるよ君の声光届かぬ場所でも遥か彼方まで天を目指して真実を知ることが後悔なく生きることさらを目指して白い世界へ
Okay, I'm back now, so let's keep going here then. Well, with everything considered, now that I know the truth about the sarcophagus, call it a plus plebe or whatever you will, but I do suspect this is the case, this is the place, so take that! There's one place no one wants the source, not even the Queen's UR card, and that would be inside the Queen Amaya's sarcophagus. Even though it's locked up tight, no one will find you if you hide in there. I'm told that it's a temperature controlled to preserve the mummy within. Yeah, which means that it is actually quite manageable to be inside there. But if someone is warmly enough, they could withstand the cold for a short time. This is Saki Lace. Solely the perpetrator of such a fool deed would be ghost. They would. If that somebody was actually dead and not alive. But that's just it. The killer knew everyone would be too scared to open the sarcophagus. The ghosts were so scared of being ghosts, they wouldn't even touch it. And when the ghost was glad, the killer made a quick escape from the thicket confines. Well now, that do sound like a plausible method of evading capital. The defense request a DNA test on the blood stain, and then we'll see just who the Yale killer is. Whoa. Whoa. No, that was really something you'd have quite on my face. Okay. Like such insolence. Like damn, you really have that on my face. Bow your head and kneel, love, yeah? So your head might be parted from your shoulders. Oh, but the deal's not even over. Whoa, damn! How soon you forget you are already on the headsman scaffold? As such, I could order you beheading at any moment. Noted. All I did was request a DNA test. There is no need to request such a test. You are good. Being it for the now. Here you are, your eminence. The police have already identified the source of the blood stain. The DNA test revealed that the blood is of the traitor Douglas Marty. But I thought he wasn't injured. But Douglas wasn't injured. So where did his blood come from? Maybe he coughed it up. Oh yeah, that is a possibility. Douglas' illness. Still, there was a lot of blood. Could he have really coughed up that much? Honestly, honestly, even I find it hard to believe. And did he whip it up to hide his fall in hell? Toke, is it really that bad? Well, we can't say for certain. Oh, so you caught me. So it was your blood indeed then? Mysterious blood stain. A blood stain from Amaya's top. Analysis reveals that it's Toge's blood. Mysterious blood stain updated in the court record. Pay attention, Haunted Evil. For this case has already been solved. You claimed that this bloodstain was lead us to the Yale killer, did you not? Fuck. Now you're using overvotes against us. About that. Did you not make that claim of your own volition, defense? Okay, you got us there. You got me there. Yes, I did. Yeah, you caught me. After this, did you in that direction? That is. Yes, she completely manipulated us there. I fell right into her trap. Yes, they wanted us to say that. Do you see now? The fully of opposing the very embodiment of the law. Whatever you say or do shall come to no avail. I'm not ready to give up. A third party at the scene of the crime is beyond the realm of possibility. No! Praise be for Queen Kayan. Her eminence legal tactics are beyond compare. I hate to say this, but she really got us good. Yeah. Even I fell for that. The key to Amaya sarcophagus is under the protection of the Yuan family. My husband and I are the only ones who could open it. Therefore, it will be impossible for some knave to open it. Can I really discount the sarcophagus as a hiding place though? Yeah, there is always a sense, so I'm not gonna do it completely. What if the Yale killer is still in there? Nah, that I don't think. No, that's just ridiculous. Wait, Nah, let's not go that way. Let's not go that way. I believe we have rebels and sympathizers in the college today. It is to you I speak. Have you been listening? Toge Satmati, the one who proclaimed a bloodless revolt, has betrayed you cause by assault into murder. They're falling for it. No, it can't be. Toge would never. There must be some kind of mistake. The defiant Diakos and the sympathizers are starting to have talks. So this is why Gaian allowed us to go excitement together. Yeah, we fell for Hatiape completely. By establishing his guilt in Inca's murder, this effectively damaged his reputation among those who support him. But now we have an even bigger problem. And now, filthy lawyers, you will honor your end of the bargain. Accept your guilty verdict for your failure to explain your client's actions. Not yet. Woof. Oh? Okay. No, I shall pass the judgment upon the criminal, Toke Satmati. What's this? You shall pass the judgment? But your evidence is that not my own? Hold your tongue. You are but a figurehead before me, the embodiment of law. Consider yourself dismissed. Well then, as Queen of Kuyoin, I shall now pass the judgment upon the accused. Guilty. Well, I think it's over for us now. That was kind of ridiculous, like... Wait! You didn't ever give me a chance to report? No, when you are defeated, Lavia. But use this once. I am willing to show you the depths of my compassion. Tell me why I should allow these proceedings to continue. Come, convince me. Quick, Apollo. And even if you have the proof, we will go to keep this real coin. So that the crime could have been committed by a third party. Okay, yeah, it's not gonna be done properly, but I will have to think of something quickly indeed. How am I supposed to do that? Why don't you start with... you out of ideas too? How about the timing of Inca's murder? Timing, huh? Well, that is a good starting point indeed. But this small case is built on a single premise that Inca was murdered after Toke entered the tomb. Actually, you do have a point. We have no way of proving that he was killed before. So you do actually have a point there. No, that was a good one. But what if that's not true? Like, if our assumptions are all wrong, it just might work. Well, don't keep us waiting, defense. Toke became the prime suspect because it didn't seem probable that there was a third party at the scene of the crime. But there is another question we should ask ourselves at this time. Was Minister Inca really killed after Toke entered the tomb? What nonsense is this? Well, it's not really nonsense. Setting aside the assumption that a motor occurred after Toke arrived on the scene, opens up the possibility of a third party committing the crime. The question before us is, when was Minister Inka Yeli killed? Yeah. Considering what Toke said, there is this slight possibility that he might actually have been killed before Toke entered the dome. Isn't it possible that before Toke even set foot in the dome, Minister Inka was already dead? That would certainly make the possibility of a third party more probable. Why? Of course, I fell unconscious right after I entered the dome. Even if I hadn't, I wouldn't have had a clear line of sight to his body from the entrance. Which means... So even you agree that it was possible, that it is possible, you wouldn't have noticed his body either way. This scenario is entirely possible, and so we can rule out the possibility of a third person committing the crime. I see. Well, that certainly does make sense. So far so good. This might actually work. Well, let's see what Karan have to say. Very well. I shall play along with whatever little game you have knocking around in that tiny mind. I was starting to get quite bored of all this. I could do without distraction. Yes! Let us show some testimony that will shed light on when exactly the minister was slain. Palif, someone Yaifa, surely she has recovered by now. What? So you're gonna attempt it again? But what about me? Don't I serve a purpose anymore? No comments. I hope you are feeling better, you benevolence. Must I perform the divination science? What? Oh, no, we merely require your testimony this time. How could my testimony be of any value? You benevolence. Princess Yaifa seems awfully depressed. Well, I mean, you would do after such a thing happened. After what she's been through, summoning her again is like you've been stabbed in the wound. Yeah, that it is. Being unable to perform the science was probably the last straw. I hope she doesn't pass out again. Please go to Satbhakti. May I ask you something? Of course, you benevolence. I have been meaning to ask you this since yesterday. Did you know about Queen Amara? And about me? I'm ready to hold something from a murder, and only yesterday. What did she tell you? Jaifa was going on about telling the truth to the people. So I told her what the truth really was. For it is up to your mother to discipline her child. So that's what the discipline was. I see. That was it, my benevolence. It has no pain upon over deal her today. So there is no need to let it trouble you. I know. Kajan told Jaipa about something other than Amaya's status. Yeah, something that not even we know. Don't tell us that Jaipa is Amaya's child too. Sounds like it, but what could it be? Jaipa, did the first has a purpose to something preposterous? Did someone think your father was a lady dead when Toke entered the tomb? But I believe you can prove them wrong. Are you prepared to do what is required of you? Yes, I am ready to testify. Very well then, your benevolence, your testimony, if you please. Well, let's hold it then. What Jaifa witnessed. On the day of the murder, I was gazing upon the courtyard from a second floor veranda. Around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amaya's tomb. Then at about 2:45, I saw the Bob Head and company enter the courtyard. I saw no one get in or out of the tomb after my father entered at about 2:30. You know, that sounds familiar to me. I think you might have actually told us that. Your second floor veranda? Oh, she must be talking about that house facing Inca's private residence. So that's the location from which you saw your father, and at about 2:30. Yes, and shortly after that, you people arrived at the usual residence. So, after the minister entered Amaya's tomb at around 2:30, no one went in or out of there until the murder was discovered. The tomb is close to outsiders, so no one could have snuck in before the murder. That rules out any possibility of a third party lying in wait to slay my poor husband. Or so she'd like us to believe. Now hold me, you useless lawyer. Kiss this Sayed and bow before me, for I, Queen Kajan, shall finally have you head. You really want my head? Forgive me, your eminence, but first let us allow the defense to question the witness. Yeah, I still have the right to do that. What Jaifa witnessed. On the day of the murder, I was gazing up on the courtyard from my second floor veranda. Hold it! You say you'd been watching the courtyard until we arrived, correct? That seems like an awfully long time. There is most of waves on my mind. I see. Really does sound the opposite. Yeah, that's it does. I don't think she ever fully recovered from the previous deal. You benevolence, as Crown Princess, you are destined to rule the kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep you people happy, and what is true and what is false, and most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I am even up to the task. Yeah, I do remember that. Because it's not easy being a princess. You benevolence. I'd be happy to lend an hour if you'd ever like to talk. What would you know of my words? Apollo, now isn't the time. Do not presume to exceed your station in life. You had it coming. Cease, Dionysus. Your benevolence, what did you witness from your veranda? Well, around 2:30 p.m., I saw my father heading for Amaya Storm. Hold it! Did your father seem different or troubled in any way? Let me think. Oh, there was one unusual thing. I just wanna look. Well, I think I'll put it out later. There was? Yes, a shriek emanated from within my father's quarters. After which I witnessed him pulled out the side, his companion stained of his usual color. No, that's interesting. No, that's very interesting indeed. He screamed that he was looking pale. What do you suppose happened? I know not. Perhaps he had a bad dream. Maybe it was a nightmare about being yanked over the coals by the queen. Be careful, Apollo. It seems our young Claudia had wishes to hasten his journey to the Twilight Realm. Sorry, that was rude of me. Like father, like son. Does the defense believe the witness' last statement to be important? I believe it is. I would like the witness to add it to her testimony. Yeah, it did certainly catch my interest. My father let out a scream and came tossing out of his room, his face pale. Hold it! And why do you think he screamed? Was he surprised by someone who didn't belong there? Did anyone else come out? I didn't see anyone else. Just my father. Suspicious. That last statement was seriously lacking in conviction, so it appears high on this. Well, I leave it for now. Poor thing, I feel sorry for her. I'll just leave it be for now. You benevolence, please continue with your testimony. Then at about 2:45, I saw the Bob Head and company enter the courtyard. Hold it! 2:45. Yes, I believe that's around when we arrived. Mr. White, Athena, Toke, and I were yawning toward the tomb. Yes, I was taken aback as we don't normally see commoners in the palace courtyard. When more shocking was that Toke, a wanted man, was with you. Yeah, I suppose so. I thought the villainous leader of the Defiant Dragons must have with his minions. Because it was, you know, time for evolution. I think you've been watching too much of that TV show. I have already banned its broadcast for containing content unsuitable for our kingdom. Besides, the actors playing Yaifa looked nothing like her. I can't have my subjects feeling so disappointed when they see the young Yaifa. Mother, why are you so cruel to me? Are you so ashamed? Yeah, that was way too harsh, even I have to agree there. Once I'm all grown up, I shall be just as full-figured as that actress. She's placing all her hopes on one final cue of the sport. For her sake, I hope it's in her DNA. I suppose you could always hope for a miracle. Oh, I'll show you. I shall open my milk intake and cure up big and strong. Okay. There, you benevolence. I think you are fine, just the way you are. Now, may I ask that you continue with your testimony? I wish I could go up faster. I saw no one go in or out of the tomb after my father entered at about 2:30. Hold it! Is it possible you missed seeing someone past you? No, my Veanta has a commanding eye of the entire grounds, and I saw no one else. But that doesn't seem right somehow. Yeah, it does feel off. Do not underestimate my daughter. She might be lacking elsewhere, but her eyes are the finest. Lacking elsewhere? You really like to use your own daughter? Talk about a murder I'd never wish on my worst enemy. Talk about a murder I'd never wish on my worst enemy. She needs Nina now more than ever. Her father let out a scheme and then outside all pale-faced. That sounds pretty serious. What is supposed to happen in his private quarters? Well, I'm gonna be pressing her on that now, so just give me a little bit. So let's see then. Yeah, I'm gonna be pressing high forte, so you hang on. Yeah, well, I'm gonna start softly. You benevolence. Yes. This incident was a real shock to us all. It must have been really terrible for you. But I want to let you know, I know how you feel. Please stop. You presume too much. It's times like this that you need something to take your mind off things. How about we all go on a picnic together or something? Apollo, I was wondering what you was gonna say, but this... Sometimes you say the most stupidest thing ever, and this is one of them. I need no sympathy from you. Go on your little picnic alone, hornhead. Well, that didn't go well. Apollo, you have to take a more aggressive approach with people like her. Yeah, he's probably right. Now, back to my testimony. Yeah, whatever was you trying there? Like, picnic? What the actual fuck? Anyway, well, I'm gonna have to be harsh now. You benevolence, let's have some details. The more the better. Details, you say? Yes. For example, are you sure you didn't see anyone in the UR residence before 2:30? Well, is that a yes or a no? Hey! For David, I've been gazing up on the courtyard since I put through yesterday. Yet I saw none other than my father. Oh, if only I had to stop him then. I think you will still get no. Oh yeah, the obliterated one. Yeah, that was actually harsher than I expected. Maybe I pressed a little too hard. Still, that last statement seemed a little off somehow. So you didn't see anyone expect you fought in the courtyard after 2 p.m., huh? Please add that to your testimony, you benevolence. I had been gazing up on the courtyard since I bought through, but father was the only one I saw. Hold it! Is the UR residence always so empty? Not really. It is where the UR family lives, and we are 5 in numbers. Besides Nina and the little boys we visit, I have no one else to talk to. Is there anything more stereotypically being sassy than talking to bots? Apollo's doing it again. So Nyla wasn't around at all yesterday. It seems he was quite busy. I was all alone the entire day. It's been like that a lot lately. Kaifa doesn't go to school, so she probably doesn't have any close friends. She must lead a rather solitary life. I guess being a princess isn't all it's cracked up to be. Yaifa, I shall borrow you a new servant. boy. Okay. Now you make it sound like you're gonna cook your sea soaping. I don't want you to pour me a servant like some sort of bed. I want Naina. I'm beginning to see why Jaifa don't like it. Yeah, same here. You benevolence, please tell us about what happened after you saw your father. Well, it was around 2:30 when I saw him heading for the tomb. Well, I still find this statement very odd, actually. Because, let's see. Yeah, because you definitely should have seen all this happening. So... Objection! I don't really buy what you're saying, to be honest. You benevolence? You're going for someone, aren't you? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. You say that, but the way you jacketed says another thing. Sorry, Jaifa, but you're not gonna like this. Well, the thing is, I have a statement here that you might find interesting. It's from a witness who claims that around 2 p.m. his dog got loose and ran into the palace courtyard. That's when the little fellow stole this hat from someone. Ah, that's Naina's. So it's true. I mean, nothing. Never mind. You're not doing a good job, Jaifa. You're full of a daughter. It seems the princess made a blunder. So let me get this right. This is Naina's hat, which means she had to have been in the royal residence at around 2. Yeah, that seems to be the case. If so, then you had to have seen Naina sometime after 2 p.m. yesterday. Oh no! Please, you benevolence, tell us what you really saw. It is as you say, Hornhead. I saw Naina, and I saw that thing about the dog steal her hat from her in front of my father's residence. I never. Why did you say so in the first place? Because, my mother told me not to do. And why is that the case? What? What you can't explain, your eminence? I request that she withhold the said information, for it is of no relevance to this case. Yeah, I'm not the boy in that. You don't get to decide. If you disagree, then prove that it is relevant to the case at hand. Oh, I will. You benevolence, please tell us everything you witnessed when you saw Naina. Alright. When I saw the thing bad dog attacking Naina, I ran to help. I raced from my second floor veranda down into the courtyard. Wait, Okay, that creates an opening when you wasn't watching over it. Wait, that means that when you were coming home, you took your eyes off the courtyard. Yes, but only for a moment. Yeah, but it should have been more than enough. This is a crucial testimony. If you took your eyes off the courtyard, it means somebody else got the entity top without you even knowing. Ah! Yeah, it does create an opening. You benevolence. Are you sure no one else was there? Yes. You don't seem certain anymore. She's hiding something again. What about Nina? Were you able to help her? When I got down to the courtyard, Nina was... She was gone. Indigestion? Gone? Yes, and I never saw her again after that. Let's see. And why is that the case? I'm still not sure. Any idea what happened? That thing better dog must have covered her up. I somehow don't think so. I seriously thought that. But how could Nina simply disappear? Well, yeah, if I wasn't looking. Yeah, that's the one thing I haven't managed to figure out. Yeah, if I must know something. The only question is, what? Yeah, there are actually a lot of things I can think of upon. Well, the first thing coming to mind is... I'm not really sure. Maybe she never decided to was there. Do you have any idea why that the dog was in the courtyard? No. Okay, that wasn't it. Honestly, I'm not really sure her. Well, then maybe you know where Nina disappeared. Do you have any idea where Nina disappeared to? What do you mean? Oh. Well, during the time you took your eyes off the courtyard, someone could have headed into the tomb, and it just so happens that Nina disappeared right at that moment. It all adds up now. No! Wait, you think Nina had something to do with the murder? Well, I have been having a hunch for quite some time. Since last week, actually. I don't think we can rule it out. It sounds like something had kept Nina occupied since the early morning. Plus, She was seen right before the border, and then seemed to vanish into thin air. You right, and since his wife was attendant, she could come and go as she pleased within the palace grounds. Could jag fast attendant hjälp inte kille? But that would mean first my father and then now Nina. That's where the people I trusted most. How could this be? Do not heed their lies. Lavius I are full bit, quick to claim that a third party is to blame for a crime. Nina did not enter the top. That much is certain. And what makes you say that? How can you be so sure? When Nyla's hat was stolen, that crazed ghost built an urn full of water upon my father's doorstep. Is that not right, Jaifa? Du... That's actually du indeed. Yes, yes it is. Well, that thing Peter thought was stuck on Nina's hat. It tipped over the urn. The bottles of her shoes would have been soaked with water. And if she had duly headed into the tomb with wet shoes, oh yeah, we would have noticed it. She would have left the shoe pins along the way. But the only shoe pins to be found belonged to my husband Inca. Yeah, that is true. Huh? Then... That's right, Nana never did go into the tomb that day. Instead, she entered my husband's private quarters. How do you know? It's quite simple. Shoe pins were discovered in Inca's private quarters. Shoe pins that belong to Nina. That's right. It's what and I did see some footprints in there. Yeah, I do remember that too. Now do you understand? Nina could not possibly have gone into the tomb. And that supposed third person at the crime scene is both a figment of your imagination. Oh no, the glorious deduction. All hail the genius that is Her Eminence, Queen Kayan. Bow down before her glory, witless love, yeah? They really like doing that. Could those guys a fanboy any harder? But is it really true? Did Nina not go into the tomb? Excuse me, but... What is it, White? Mr. White? Benevolence? What time was it when the dog attacked Nina? I believe it was about 2:15 p.m. I see. Apollo, if Nina entered Inca's private quarters at around 2:15, and Inca came racing out at around 2:30, pale-faced and screaming, then... I know what you're getting at. Yes, that might explain his scheme. I wonder what that's about, but that we're gonna find out in a bit. Another aspect is coming up now. So we go be right back and I see you in 3 minutes. Well, I'm back now, so let's actually keep it going here now. Will the defense please tell you regarding Justice Minister Inka's scheme? certainly, Your Majesty. Minister Inca skinned because it might have been because he was attacked by Naina. It's the only thing I can think of. Maybe he was attacked by Naina. This would make the Justice Minister's private quarters the yellow scene of the guy. This is the using of no bones. The minister's body was found in the tomb. Or are you suggesting that the body was moved? Well, it is certainly possible indeed. I'm not gonna rule it out. Do you think the minister was moved from his private quarters? Oh, well, I won't say sleeping time, but you know how it is with the years and all. Anyway, but I do believe that it is certainly a possibility. Consider the fact that the body was found in the tomb. I'd say there is a possibility. What utter nonsense! Jaifa had been walking the courtyard. Yet you would suggest that someone could have transported the body on notice. You have a point there. In that case, I'd say there's no way that the body was moved. After all, there was an awful lot of blood in the tomb. I understand if the skin was in reaction to Naina's attack, but Inca died in the tomb. We need to explain how those two realities could coincide. Yeah, that's the hard part. How are we supposed to do that? Or maybe where he was stabbed and where he died were two completely different locations. That is certainly a possibility too, but that's hard to see. Wait, hang on, what's... Okay, it's acting up, hang on. Okay, no idea what's happening here. Give me a quick second. Okay, that was the end. Normally it happens at the beginning, not in the middle. Anyway, what do you mean? It's used. Let's look at this as simply as possible. If the minister's body wasn't moved, he might have been stabbed by Naina in his private quarters, but then died in the tomb. I see. On the one hand, that seems plausible, but on the other, it seems decidedly implausible. Yeah, I do agree with you. Mr. Curtis Marty, what is that fool babbling on about now? Is this a year from one of those fortune cookies Americans seem so fond of? Perhaps, but I believe he simply does not know what he means to say. In all likelihood, it was a poor attempt to confuse us. we should simply ignore him. I wasn't finished yet, so hold off on the analysis, won't you? The artist Firepot never stated that the minister's death was instantaneous. Yeah, that's actually true. So he could have conceivably moved from one place to another after being stabbed. Oh my! Are you suggesting he ran all the way to the top with a knife sticking out of his back? Well, yes, that's the gist of it. In short, Minister Inca saw Naina with a knife, let out a scream, and when he turned his back to have to flee, yeah, and that's when he was stabbed from behind. Well, I'm not gonna deny that possibility. Well, Your Majesty, this matter ye hold the water. How dare you bore me like this? Huh? You are a humorless moron, sparing an endless stream of unamusing drivel. I wasn't trying to be funny, Your Eminence. Pisekotu, enlighten this ignorant clown in lavious clothing. Your Eminence. Ha! Well then, Naruto, you tool, slow-witted, booted-minded lawyer. Perhaps you would be too stupid to notice you had been stabbed in the back. But a normal person would have noticed due to the excruciating pain. No, hold on. Allow me to teach you the meaning of pain. Please stop! Naruto has a point. Normally, most people would notice a dark in the back. Yeah, I know that I might be slow at noticing pain and all, but even I would notice that. Ooh. Yeah, I thought someone could ignore pain like this. Still, in this case, it's the word normally that we should emphasis. Are you talking about the painkiller? Apollo, take another look. Apollo, take another look at the court record. Yeah, there must be something that explains this. The reasoning didn't feel any pain, and the defense will submit evidence proving used that. Very well. Please present your evidence. I didn't use this Minister Inca notice that he had been stabbed. Well, that is actually quite easy to explain. The reason for that is because he was on his painkiller. So take that. Those are my father's painkiller suits. The defense will explain the significance of this evidence. As you wish. Minister Inca suffered from terrible back pain, so he often injected himself with this. We thought that one shot in the back would make all his pain go away. With this, it's easy to explain what happened. Don't tell me you didn't know about this, Your Eminence. You can't mean. Exactly, that's what I mean. Minister Inca was stabbed in his back, close to where he usually injected the painkiller. Therefore, it's entirely possible that he hadn't noticed that he'd been stabbed. But what's this? Yeah, it is certainly a possibility. Then, are you suggesting use this Minister Inca yelling off with a knife protruding from his back? I am, Your Majesty. So then, when I saw my father, he had a knife sticking out of him. I mean, with that cape of his, I could see his back very well. So you admit it was possible? Yes, the knife was there. It was used plunged in so deep you didn't notice it under the cape. Therefore, when you saw your father, he was already dead. Murdered by Naina in his private quarters. Pulkunka! So that's how it is. Holy mother of God! Are we dealing with a living dead here? Well, definitely, he wasn't dead yet. Yeah, he was still alive. It was used delayed. I know it's hard to believe, but this is a plausible sequence of events. And once Minister Inca arrived at the tomb, he could have removed the knife and dropped the dead from blood loose. Naina killed my father? There must be some mistake. The defense would like to call Naina to the stand. You think to drag an innocent old woman to the stand with no proof whatsoever? I don't know how innocent she really is. Well, there's no real proof, but what a target web of expedient lies you wave. I can no longer tell fact from fiction. Well, what should I believe in now? I'm sorry, Yaifa. All I've done is confuse you. But I have a sneaking suspicion Naina's involved in this case one way or another. Yeah, I have a feeling too. For a long time, actually. Just when I thought we'd blown this case wide open. Well, there's no turning back now. You fool of a love, yeah? I know why you are so desperate to prove the accused innocent. You do? Yes, because he faces public execution if proven guilty. As shall you, under the stipulations of the Defense Culpability Act. From the moment you accepted this case, you have had no choice but to fight for your lives. There's more to it than that. No, the simple fact is, I've always believed that the doctor is innocent. Bah! Still you cling to your pretense? Very well, I shall offer you a bargain. If you won't admit that the accused is guilty, right here, right now, I shall overlook your crime of abetting him. and you will not be subject to execution. Nice at the eye, but that's not gonna work. Is this some sort of joke? Film it. As queen, I have the power to count the pardons, even to criminals like you. And with a wave of my hand, I can even reduce the severity of a sentence. Perhaps even for Duke, so to be willing to cooperate. She was a kitty when she said that she still love her. Yeah, quite indeed. But to flaunt a power in our faces like that, that's just wrong. Yeah, still, that's only telling us one thing, that we're going the right way. Forget all that has transpired in our kingdom, and return to your own country in peace. Well, will you abandon your defense of the Argos and accept my generous offer? If I don't take this deal, we'll be executed along with Doke if he's found guilty. What should I do? Do you even need to ask me? The answer is simple. I'm gonna keep going. Nice try, Kayan, but it looks like you don't know what justice is made of. We won't go to deeds like that, your eminence. Mr. White, I'm sorry, but I can't back down now. Yeah, we made a promise. I don't want to drag you into this, so don't worry. I'm with you, Apollo. To the bitter end if need be. Thank you. And when I can't say I'm used to it, this isn't exactly my first rodeo. Yeah, that's true. But if I find guilty, you'll get the death penalty too. Even with that, you still wanted to defend me. I don't know what happened in the past, but it looks like everyone in this county considers lawyers to be liars. So I can understand if you don't believe me, but I still believe in you and your innocence. So all I have to do is keep believing and find the truth. That's all there is to it. So keep on fighting, Apollo. You'll hold no objections from me. You nincompoop. You'll die if you lose this case. Why won't you even entertain the notion of continuing? Because we have no intention of losing. I believe that Duke is innocent, that's why. And besides, deals exist to give the truth a chance to get out into the open. You can't give up just because you're afraid of some punishment. Even if that punishment is death, does that not frighten you, Hornhead? I mean, of course that's scary. We won't be scared. I mean, just thinking about it makes me weak in the knees, to be honest. But as a lawyer, I have a duty to protect my client. I can't just abandon that. A duty you're willing to die for. And yet, duty, it's a heavy burden, alright? Jaifa looks like she's really struggling. Yes, she's been struggling for a long time. Your benevolence has gone pieces. You are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I wonder if I'm even up to the task. But it's no surprise, considering the torrent of a painful truth is hard to face. Yeah, that's true. Very well then. If the defense is prepared to face the death sentence under the Defense Culpability Act, then I see no reason not to continue with the proceedings. But I must admit, I see no grounds for adopting the accused guilt. Honest, the defense has supported evidence that would indicate a different suspect. Do we have anything like that? Well, lawyer, do you have any new evidence you would care to present? Or shall I have the executioner start his preparations? If she thinks I can do this, she's got another thing coming. But first, I have some serious thinking to do. I'd say that I need evidence indicating a different suspect. Yeah, regardless if I'm bluffing or not, I have no choice but to implicate that it exists. Of course I have some new evidence. Ho, do you know? How very interesting. Why does it sound the least bit concerned? No, I can't let her get to me. I just have to keep pressing forward. This new evidence points to a different suspect. Yeah. Let me think now. Gonna have to think hard. Let's see if I can just figure something out with everything I have. Well, the only thing coming to mind is his gemstone. Take that! Let's see if I'm right. You will claim this evidence proves the existence of a different suspect. Wait, that wasn't the reaction I was expecting. Your Eminence, are you saying this piece of evidence doesn't do anything for you? What a bad to meet. Okay, that wasn't it. It wasn't exactly random, but it seems like I was wrong. But if that's the case... Then I need to think. Yeah, then I have to think a little more. Let's see. I want that. Let's see. Well, he was holding a phone, so let's see. Yeah, I had a feeling that wasn't it. Well, but I kinda I wonder if that's it or not. Let's see. Okay, that isn't it. Well, the other thing I had in mind is actually this. So just hang on her. Okay, it wasn't that one neither. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think because this was actually a hard one because I'm gonna be honest, I was bluffing my way here. Let's see. Yeah, I figured that was. Well, this makes me wonder. Gonna be honest, nothing is coming to mind. Let's see. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't have a most to begin with, but I feel like I'm out of ideas here. I wonder. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'm actually completely out of ideas. So, what could it be then? Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to think long and hard about this. Because yeah, I'm really out of ideas here. What could it be then? I'm basically gonna do a random bullshit go. because nothing is coming to mind now. This always happens. There's always this one moment when I get stopped in by the X. And this is one such movement. So I'm really trying to figure out what it could be. And I really have no idea what could it be. What could it be is the question. Well, nothing comes to mind just right now. Yeah, nothing is coming to my mind. I'm basically out of ideas here. So what could it be then? I'm drawing a blank. I legit have no idea what it could be then because I took out the ones that came to mind and that wasn't it, so what could it be then? Please solve. Please give me something, please, anytime today. Because I really have no idea right now. So what could it be then? Well, I'm really thinking here. I'm thinking along and hard and nothing comes to mind right now. Yeah, nothing is coming to my mind right now. So let me think hard then. Nothing is coming to my mind at the moment. Yeah, I'm trying to figure it out. So what could it be then? I honestly have no idea. So what could it possibly be? Because I have no idea right now. No, this was actually a hard one. Nothing is coming to my mind right now. Nothing is coming to my mind actually. Nothing is coming to my mind. Yeah, I'm trying along and hard, but it really isn't working so well for me. I have almost tried everything I have and I'm still not getting anything. So let me think. Really still nothing? What whatever is going on, I'm literally out. Whatever could it be then? Thought I don't know. You mean that I'm still young? Okay. Well, after the next one, I will truly be out of options. Yeah, if this isn't it, then there's literally nothing else I can do. Wait, Jelly? I will literally show you everything I have and nothing happened. Then are you telling me that I don't really have anything? In the vain hope you would learn something from my reaction. Is that not correct? Your Majesty? For shame! Sorry, time to rethink that one. Well, I have literally tried everything, so I have no choice but to give up here. Because I tried everything, but I used golden. So evidence does not exist. Just as I thought, I was so hoping you'd present meaningless evidence and allow me to claim you had. I mean, I used it. Glad I didn't walk head first into that one then. I mean, we kinda did. And that one time when I legit was thinking I had to bluff. So, what now, Apollo? Well, honest with computer, Nina killed Inca. This deal is over, and so are we. Isn't there still a way to get the proof we need, even without evidence? You know, a key means of obtaining testimony, hanging Kuyain. Are you talking about divination science? But that one is too much for Jaifa with her current mental state. Huh? Wait, are you actually suggesting? It certainly won't be easy, but it's worth a try. So we really do it? Your Majesty, accused step in ongoing truth behind this case has yet to be taken in this deal, but I'm positive that I can back up our claim with this one step. You mean you will be able to prove that the Nina killed Justice Minister Inca? And just how do you propose to do that? With the help of a certain someone? You need help? From someone? Yes, from you? Well, I can't imagine who it could be. But I suppose I must ask, whose help do you need to uncover the truth? Well, you're gonna be surprised now. But I'm actually gonna ask Jaifa for help here. So take that. But that is me? Yeah, I need your help now. Hankuyoin, legal proceedings include the buying of the victim's final movements. But that requires your benevolence help. So the information is just as vital as any other piece of conclusive evidence. If jag rapporter this, jag förstår sånt NPL här till see the very moment Nina stopped Inca. It will be hard to watch your father's murder, but it's the only way to uncover the truth. You benevolence, we need you and you power. So are you open for the test? You need me. That I do. Yet simpleton, did you not see what ensued in the previous attempt? Well, Jaifa seems to have gained some confidence in herself since then. You won't only succeed in wasting more time, or is it your goal to make her collapse again? Neither. The princess said she was prepared earlier. Besides, it's her duty as a royal priestess. I'd say it's all up to her now. Am I prepared? Prepared to fulfill my duty? Is it a divination science required at all trials anyway? Yeah, it is mandatory, yes. If so, I imagine that... Okay. Wait, my Moodle is having a life of its own. I'm just gonna fix... Sorry. It's having a life of its own, so I'm gonna need to fix that. Give me a quick second. Okay, hopefully that will fix it. Indeed, it would be problematic. On the Quran is love, a science must be conducted before a verdict can be entered. Yikes! Must it try my patience, so? If I must dispense with a vexing love, then dispense with it I shall. Huh? As unit sovereign of Kuyain, I proclaim the following. What does it say? Henceforth, the divination science shall be optional. I want to say that you can use the same shit on the fly, but you have said it yourself that you are the love. But she has the power to do that. She distributed the love with a flourish of her hand. No, this is bad. Mother, I did not wish for the deal to end like this. It is as the defense said, I must not neglect my duty simply because I am afraid. I shall conduct with it this time. I will conduct the science once more. Jaifa, do not be fooled by his lovely kill. You are not prepared to witness your father's death. You know that det var inte att det kretset ut i sajtet. Jaifa seems that mine, but Hornhead needs my help. Jaifa, did you not tell me earlier? Did you not tell me you were prepared? But despite you can't use a postogen, you collapsed in a most pity use fashion. Even worse, you have added new insights of late. For has not the pumped one that overturned them more than once? Oh, you cannot be trusted to keep your word, nor can you reveal the truth before your insight. So I say to you, begone! This socket hall of justice has no need for such a worthless you are business. Worthless? Wow, how can she say that to her own daughter? Yeah, honestly, that's way too much. So murder, you think me worthless? Well, that might be the case of her. Her benevolence says she can do it, doesn't she? So I don't see why you have to condemn her before she's even made the attempt. I see what you're trying to do. Very well, Haunted Devil. If you really are so bent on having a seance, I shall give my consent. Jelly. However, should Jaifa fail once more, it wouldn't occur shall all be executed on the spot. So now you're approving after you have already weakened her confidence. Come again. This is proving to be far more entertaining than I had anticipated. Well, Lavia, what say you? Will you mark your life and call on Jaifa to perform a divination science? Well, I know what you've been trying to do, but we really have no other choice but to trust Jaifa. I don't think you would less your benevolence. Far from it, in fact. If you say you can do it, then I believe in you. Haunted, I do not understand. If I fail, you will be put to death. I know you collapsed during your previous attempt, but this time you can do it. Yeah, this time it's gonna go different. I can't even imagine how terrible it must have been for you. But despite that, you are willing to try again. I have faith in that conviction. In that Goyes. My Goyes? So she was doomed to fail if she didn't have the Goyes to perform the science. Exactly. But it looks like she's got the determination to try again. Yeah, and that's a bet I'm willing to take. But it is as smooth as say, I've added my insights as of late. Not only have I failed to reveal the truth, I will also contribute to false accusations. No, Mita. Can you still say that you believe in me? Actually, yes. I want to take a stock in those words, you benevolence. Despite what the Buddha says, I don't think you made any errors at all. Huh? In the years I've been a part of high Kuyoin, I would have never proven my client's innocence without your seances. Because even if they didn't always reflect the absolute truth, the insight they provided sought as vital leads to finding the truth. Vital leads? My seances? Yes. So please, you benevolence, try to perform the divination seance one more time. I... You still gonna get in our way. Yaifa, stop this madness. It is for your own good. You are ill prepared to face your father's death. Go leave this circuit hall at once. It's all open to you, Yaifa. No. What did you say? I said no, mother. For I am the usual business of Kuyoin. I have no need for you now. And if you do not need me, mother, Hon had in this Hall of Justice too. He provided that to me by risking his own life. It is because of him that I now understand. The divination science is my sacred duty. I must fulfill it, no matter the risk. That's what I needed to hear. You benevolence. They taught me that the divination science was a mere reflecting not for the truth. But I began to have my thoughts after Bob the had to dispute my insight it offered. And now I don't even know who or what to trust anymore. Father, mother, even Nina, I had believed in them above all others. But I finally know now. I know in what I can trust. The usual business must debate issues with the preceding lawyer and the prosecutor. Yeah, that's due. So that it can be interpreted properly. That is how I believe the saying Kuyoin sold the function. Therefore, the Hall of Justice needs me. It is my power that leads deals toward the truth. That is my sacred duty, and I will never seek from it again. That's good. That right there, you benevolence, is the product of what you have learned in your struggle so far. The truth that you realized with your own strength. Well, so we're gonna get to the divination science now, but before we go to that, so yet another artifact is coming up. So I'm gonna go be right back and I see you in 3 minutes.
Cry for me 君の声が聞こえてる叫んでる僕の名前を強がってた夢は未来と てるその意味を探し続けるそれが生きることさきっと理不尽で矛盾だらけの世の中へこんだり
Alright, I'm back now, so it is time for the divination science. I must have the coherent soul to see it through. Your Eminence, the UR priestess says she will conduct the divination science. I see no grounds for you to forbid it. Honest, of course, you are worried that it might reveal something you find inconvenient. It is up to you. Murder! I am done letting you have your way. Yaifa, you won't actually rebel against me, you murder and queen. If I am scared to see my father's death, I must face my fate. That is what Hornhead has taught me how today. That's more like it, Yaifa. Well, let's see now if you can do it this
クライ
time.
ンの巫女レイファ・パドマ・クライン
お
父様の死に挑む覚悟はできておる
Your Eminence, it seems the princess is more grown up than you thought. Yeah, they do say that she let them grow up so quickly after all. Wait, hang on, give me a quick second, sorry. Yeah, okay, yeah, that I feel will be good. Sorry about that. Yaifa. Well then, let us proceed with the divination science. The victim's final movements, the soul to be interesting. I wonder what Inca's memories are going to preserve us. Well then, have we
始祖
gone?
様の名のもとに御霊の託戦の儀式を執り行う
Oopsie.
皆の者目を開き耳を傾けよ今奉納の舞をもって被害者の御霊を呼び戻さん解くと見よ水鏡に映し出されし最後の記憶を
Well, let's see now how this will go. No, if I but really have gained her confidence, then this soul to go off without a hit. So, yeah, we'll find out in a bit. So let's see how this is gonna go. But we won't know until the dance is over. So. Well, let's see now. Yeah, it's over, so let's see if... So did we manage to do it? Let's see. Okay, there we go. So we managed to do it indeed. Okay, so incense. Footsteps. Man's voice. Pain. Footsteps. Okay, this explosion, laughter. Wait, was there ever an explosion happening? Still, this didn't really look too good, huh? Wasn't it the kind of thing I was hoping to see? Still, I'm not gonna give up. There was something off about the explosion. Look, what in there? Yeah, also the fact that the dog was faceless, it was also interesting. A faceless being? What the heck? His face, it's just like the picture of the phone there. Yeah, that it certainly was. I think that's the last thing anyone expected to see. Oh, Father, what was it? What was it you saw? We don't understand that this was the last thing the victim saw. Yes, it was. Yes, there can be no mistake. That was what my father himself witnessed. How very strange. You don't suppose the Holy Mother possessed a ghost and slave Minister Inga for planning a coup? No, I don't think that's the case. Did I run out of the Holy Mother? Oh, Holy Mother, we are ever grateful for your blessings. Darka put a sob left down into the twilight zone. Still, I'm not convinced. You know, there's one thing in there that caught my attention. Are you talking about the same thing as me? That laugh, who does it belong to and why are they laughing? That's what caught your attention. For me, it was the explosion actually. Who knows? If I suppose it could be Toge after he left my husband. But our figure didn't even have a mood. Ho ho ho. I I think we don't have love yet. I think not. We are far from over. We are far from done. How so? You claim that Minister Inca was stabbed in his private quarters, and feeling no pain, went to the tomb where he eventually fell dead. But it seems Wilson refused. He was stabbed in the tomb, and they felt great pain, no less. Oh, that? Therefore, as I asserted all along, it was the accused who stabbed the minister in the tomb. I won't be so sorry about that because I think I might be able to explain why he was faceless. Everything is backfired big time. No, don't give up just yet. We still have a chance, and it was a good thing that we got to see this. Wow, Kyan has the devil's own luck, doesn't she? Now then, I shall give a voice to the soul of the decades. Listen well and heed their words. Okay, I'm listening. So let's hold you inside then. Jaifa's inside. At around 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostess exchange. He was thinking great use while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. He had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard the doctor's voice. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed and the attacker let out a laugh. So what now, Mr. White? Well, that made it a bit hard, but we still have to think of something. It's up to us to knock holes in Jaifa's interpretation of Inca's memories. In other words, we need to prove that her understanding of them could be mistaken. Okay, I'll give it a try. Yeah, let's do it then. Yeah, there's several things I have to think through. At around the 3 p.m., my father was waiting in the tomb to make the hostess exchange. Let's see. If I can think of something. Let's see. Yeah. I'm just gonna think to for her. Yeah, nothing comes to mind her. He was thinking Gabrius while gazing upon the picture of the Holy Mother. Yeah, well, let's see then. if I can think of something here. Yeah, I'm just gonna compare them with all this. So let's see here. Let's see. Let's see that. He had been waiting vigilantly when suddenly he heard the doctor's voice. If it really was Doctor's voice, we'll see. Yeah, I'm thinking here. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, let me actually think here. So let me. The next moment, he was stabbed in the back and collapsed. Let's see then. Yeah, I'm just thinking. Yeah, I'm thinking hard. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how now. Let's see. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed and the attacker let out a laugh. Well, let me just think here. Well, I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, I feel it. Yeah, I feel I have now gone to everyone and given this a theory of her. Let me think. Well, let's see. Wait, was he yearly? Oh yeah, he was actually. Well, there is only one thing I can think of. The wall explosion is the only thing I can think of. So let's see. Yeah, I really can't. That one really interests me. Let's see if I'm right. So, objection! Hypenemrions! Vänta. Okay, no. So, okay, I was thinking the explosion was something else, but it wasn't. Well, then I have to think. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Actually, alright, let's not forget that this is also a thing. Instead of focusing on the votes, I thought actually what I should do is focus on what I can see. Let's see. Let's see, there is something I'm starting to There is something I'm starting to wonder. There is something about the face I can't stop saying. Let's see. Never mind. Still, there is something I need to think about. And first I need to think about what looks strange. I need to think her. Let's see. If I instead of focuses on the vote, I focus on what's going on. No, I know a better way of doing this. Let's see. Let's see her. No, actually, I think I do it like this, and yeah, I'm gonna pay attention to the word in her. Yeah, I should focus on if something feels off with what I'm seeing instead. Let's see. Yeah, I'm focusing on sight instead. Let's see. Well, what he yet? Wait. I found an issue here. No, I think I understand now. This one doesn't really feel correct. Let's see if I'm right. Never mind. Stiens because he clearly wasn't the case in it. Because he was looking there. So you mean that was wrong, okay? Well, whatever. Let's see. Well, then I have to think what else it's going to be. So what could be the case here? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, this one was actually. I think I should focus on the fourth one. Let's see. I'm gonna be. I still find these stains. Let's see. Is that it? Well, I don't know anymore, but Apollo did. Since Apollo did mention something about laughter, I think I'm gonna start focusing on that one. Let's see. Let's. Oh wait, I noticed. It says something about those. Let's see. I wanted. No, I still find it's the end. But I really can't figure it out actually. This one was actually a yell hard one. Actually, maybe I should go for that one. How is that not? Because, I mean, you clearly say back, but he's clearly not. Wait, I'm starting to want it. Could this be it? Could this be the misconception I'm on there? Oh, damn! Damn, this one is actually hard! Wait. Wait, 1 second. Well, I'm not really sure, but I still think I wanna. Yeah, I have no idea actually. Let's see. No, hang on. Oh, wait, that went a bit. He was eating, no. Oh, never mind. That was irrelevant. Now I'm used to gasping at the stairs. Still, there is something I find. Well, let's see. Okay, yeah, I'm really coming. I really can't think of anything else. You skim a bit. This was a hard one. Yeah, trying to figure out. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how. Okay, I see. Okay. Okay, yeah, that wasn't an easy one, but I think I have it figured out. Yeah. I wonder if that's the case. Let's see. Well, have we gotten so stay objection? Let's see if that's it. You benevolence, there seems to be an inconsistency in your interpretation. I'm gonna be completely honest. That one, I didn't think that was about it. I thought he was used to being a bit overly dramatic. An inconsistency? Where? Minister Inca is far too relaxed for what was supposedly about to take place. I didn't give that much thought, to be honest. When he heard the voice you claim is Docker's, he didn't seem the least bit alarmed. He used to keep looking at the picture of the phone there. Ah! That's strange, right? He was waiting for Duke to arrive with the phone test up, but when he heard that voice, he didn't even turn to look. Don't you think he would have been worried about being attacked from behind? Oh! Then whose voice was it? It was likely someone whose presence wouldn't have alarmed him. Someone like a friend. But there was no third party at the scene of the crime. Therefore, the voice can only have belonged to Tucker. The voice of a third party who wasn't there in the tomb. Apollo, don't we have something that could reveal the owner of the mysterious voice? Do we? I can only think of one thing. You know, I think we do. Something that Inca had while he was waiting for Tucker. We just might be able to figure out whose voice it was. I believe we can identify the male voice Minister Inca heard with this. Yeah, I do have something in mind. And for this, I'm actually gonna have to solve the crime footage, so take that! That's my father's. Yeah. But what's important here is what he's holding. I know this must be hard for you, but could you please look at this photo? There's something here that can point us toward the identity of the voice. This is the yellow source of the man's voice. Yeah, I believe it was that phone, so take that! A cell phone? Right, I believe that the voice the minister heard was of a girl on this cell phone. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. What is Eminence why on the matter? I can see the possibility. Then it seems I must find my vision. Well then, let's move on then. It appears that the voice belonged to one of my father's subordinates. Why do you suppose he was talking to one of them then? My father had members of the secret police positioned to foot the palace. They were supposed to contact him as soon as they saw Duke and the rest of you. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Penelius, I believe you have an insight to your wives. I know about that. Don't presume to tell me how to do my duty. At my father then took a call from a subordinate at the palace. My father tried to shoot his attacker, but he missed and the attacker let out a laugh. So the voice was coming from the phone. That's good to know. But there might be no the sounds coming from the phone. Sounds that could be clues. Right? I was thinking the same thing actually. I was thinking the same. Let's take another look at Yaifa's insights and really focus on the various sensations. Okay, I think I'm getting the hang of this now. Yeah, and I do have a feeling what it could be. So let's see then. Yeah, I'm just gonna fast forward to when the laugh comes. Because now I'm starting to wonder if that comes from the phone. So take that, objection. Well, maybe I was right, but I was used to going for the wrong one. So let's try again then. Yeah. Well, objection. Let's see if I was right. Okay. That wasn't it, but... But there's still something I find strange here. Let's see. Oh, wait. Okay, hang on. Okay, now I really need to go at this from the beginning. Now I really found some strange stuff here. Okay. I certainly started seeing stuff I did not expect to see. No, this was very unexpected. Leoncio dog spot. Okay. Yeah, interesting indeed. But you know what? No, I'm just gonna have to look at this then. Yeah, this doesn't add up at all anymore. The time doesn't make sense now. I mean, it could be the both of them, so it doesn't really matter, but I go for... What should I go for? Objection! Okay, well, I mean, I still think that I'm right about this, but it's not the dog I wanna focus on then. Wait, I was a bit too quick there. Let's see. Okay. But there's still something else I can go for. It's still one of these two because we can pinpoint the timing with this actually. Since we know that this happened around the true, not the. Yeah. Because this couldn't happen at the palace. There we go. Objection! I hated to break it to you, you benevolence, but you misinterpreted something again. What do you mean? Again? Yeah, the lion's roar gives it all away. Smooth move, Apollo. I think you used to have feelings. Yeah, Apollo, you really have that bad habit of doing that. You really need to fix your attitude. She might put on a brave face, but she feels more than she lets on. Yeah, you doing it again, Apollo. It's always you. Like, you don't seem right to do this, and you don't see Athena doing this neither. And you also don't see Naruhodo doing that. Let me rephrase that, you benevolence. Your interpretation of your father's phone call to his subordinate at the phone is inconsistent with his final memory. What do you mean by that? A lion's roar could be heard over the phone. Don't you find that strange? You claim the call was with someone at the palace. Yeah, but it was at the bazaar. But let me ask you, do you keep lions there? No, the only animals at the palace are little ponies and my pet frog. Wait. What? Okay. So that frog belongs to you, apparently. Wait, that giant one in front of the minister's horse is her pet? Besides, there aren't any lions in Kuyarin. We don't even have any zoos. I have to set the state of affairs, I'm afraid. Well, I remember hearing a sound like that. The lion still coming from the phone is actually from something hanging out in... Yeah, you can actually find it at the bazaar, the warbird. Isn't that the cry of the warbird over in the bazaar? Ah! You benevolence, do you think you can clarify the voice for me? Very well. I will now attempt to further refine my vision. Warbird's cry. What's this? Just as I suspected, it was the call of a warbird. That means the subordinate minister Inca was talking to was in the bazaar, not the palace. But why is it important where the call came from? Because that helps us pinpoint the actual time. What significance could it have? She's right. Is it important to know where the call was made from? Actually, it is extremely important to know this. It's actually very important. Knowing that the person on the other end was at the bazaar means that the loud explosion might not have been the sound of a concert. Yeah, I think it was the firecracker actually, and the laughter we heard, that might actually have been that. But I can think of no other item that makes such a noise in the area. Go ahead, Apollo. Tell her. Tell Jaifa the real source of the sound. Will do. Well, Hornhead, I'm waiting. What was the true source of that explosion sound? Well, I will tell you in just a bit, but before I do tell you, so yet another outbreak is coming up now. So I'm actually gonna go be right back and I see you in 3 minutes. Okay, I'm back now. And well, the source of that explosive sound can actually be explained if you read Alpi's statement. So take that. What's that? It's Alpi Gates' statement. In it, he claims that the thoughts Archibald gave a firecracker at him when he was at the bazaar. Then, yes, the sound heard over the phone was a firecracker exploding. Ah! And yet, a bullet was found at the scene of the crime. A bullet fired from Minister Inca's gun. How do you explain that? Well, we don't know whether it was fired during the course of the crime, right? Yeah, that's true. But do you have evidence that proves when the pistol was discharged? Please don't tell me you do. Thank goodness. No, I have none. Wait a second. If that load bank was a firecracker, then could that laugh at the end have been... Exactly, it was a dart. No, it can't be. Oh, it can, and it is. The laugh came from none other than... The Joker who got a kick out of starting in Alpi with his dragon suit snaps. That happy-go-lucky, that's Archibald. What? Somebody really put a leash on that guy. Well, I don't think that will be enough to stop him. I started to think how one man can be the cause of so much trouble. Well, I'm used to it, sad to say. Hi. Okay, why are you laughing now? Hej dig Eji, baby, jag kan tänka mig lite. Thoughts? What is that to thank you for? Why was you so proud of yourself there? Like man, that idiot. That aside, no one asked for you commentary, Mr. Archibald. Your benevolence. Do you need to revise your insight? It won't appear so. Well, let's see then. My father then took a call from a subordinate at the bazaar. The true source of that load bank was the firecracker that's there. And that final laugh belonged to none other than Dats himself. Well, this changes everything. Well, she forgot to change the timing too. Let's go with the details of Jaifa's insight again. Okay. I think I will cut this down now. Time to find another inconsistency. Yeah, let's do it now and let's see what else have been changed. I'm just gonna save quickly. Yeah. I'm used. Let's see if I can see any stains here. Let's see. Anything new here? Thought we'll see. Let's see. Well, I do find that the timing doesn't make sense anymore. Well, let's see. Yeah, I thought actually now that Let's see if I'm thinking right, but this should be it. Let me double check. Yeah, I think this is actually it, so let's see. Well, the music didn't stop there, but I do know it is this one. Let's see. Well, let's see. Objection! Yeah. Now we actually know the actual time now. Like, TPM no longer makes sense. You benevolence, there's a clear problem with this inside. There is. You stated that the murder happened at around 3 p.m. Which is right around the time my client arrived on the scene. However, now that we know what the source of the Lord Bank is, your insights conflict with a certain piece of evidence. I suppose I have to ask the obvious here. What evidence conflicts with the claim that the murder occurred at 3 p.m.? Okay, this is the third time today that I'm gonna have to go for this, I swear. But take that. Okay. RPUK statement. Again? Yes, again. Yes, because to summarize what he said, at around 2 p.m., Sato was surprised by a firecracker and ran into the palace courtyard. Around 2 p.m.? Yep, an hour earlier. That's right, 2 p.m. Not 3 p.m. Ah! Are you suggesting? Oh, she's starting to lose it now. I think you know where I'm going with this. That's love, the guy of the wallpart, and the bank of the firecracker where all hot right before Minister in Inca Thanks to Alpi's statement, we can put a definitive timestamp on all of their songs. Therefore, what this vision shows is that it's extremely likely that it gives the final movements were at true jättetämtig as we had originally thought. Yeah, it makes sense now. Dare I ask? It means the murder took place a full hour before Tuke entered the tomb. Polkonka! How can this be? Are you saying that I, the very personification of the love, have been mistaken? Yeah, you could say that. Heh, now you see why justice will always prevail. Yeah, we are doing mighty good. Peace! Peace, I say! Now then, defense. I must remind you that the figure of the August was clearly shown in the vision. How do you explain that? I want to say it was clearly shown. After all, the figure didn't actually have a face. Yeah, that's true. Oh, you are absolutely right. Without a face, we can't be certain of who it was. Furthermore, need I remind you that if the vision is from 2 PM, and the fact that the token was with us during that time, it is impossible for it to be Tuke. Tuke was still with me and Mr. White, which means this faceless figure could possibly be him. So then, what are we to make of this one over difference? Wait, 2 o'clock? That's when my mother was performing the Yeet of a Saturday. Oh, is that so? The palace, the gods had all been assigned to God. The palace gods had all been assigned to God the Shining Ensemble for the year. Don't tell me. The usual residents, it would have been visually unguarded. Oh, yeah, that makes for the perfect opportunity. Which means the Yell Killer could have easily slipped unseen into Amaya's tomb. Defense! Are you saying that this is someone discussed as the August? That is exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I believe, Your Majesty. Impostures, disguises cannot deceive the memories of the dead. I don't know about that. But the face did not appear this time. Is my happenstance? Are you sure about that? Had it appeared? So subterfuge would have been as clear as day. he's got a point there, and yet it is a kill. Like, I think I know a good reason why we didn't get to see our face. Anyone who knows about the divination science would be tried to hide their face. Nevertheless, Overkill openly appeared before Inca. The question is, why? And I think I know the answer. Apollo? Maybe the killer got a 40-piece of gold because they nailed their face what they saw up in the science vision. I was thinking the same. What? It's possible that the killer dared to dress in darkest clothes and stand guard in front of Inca precisely because they knew they could get away with it. But how could anyone be so sure of something like that? A long time ago, I heard of a cognitive disorder that impairs a person's ability to distinguish between different faces. What if Inca had it? Well, if he did, that would certainly explain this. Then, are you saying that this is literally how Inca solved the world? Yeah, I believe so. Yes, we can't normally see it with the eyes of others, but in this case we can. And if he had that disorder, I imagine this is how faces appeared to him in life. Okay, let's say that the killer knew that Inca had such a disorder. They could definitely use it to pin the crime on Tucker. But if you want to know about how to prove that Inca had it, you already have what you need. Very true. Yelly. Well, defense, do you have anything to solve to this code? Yes, I believe so. Frankly, I have no idea what Mr. White means, but I'll look the evidence over again. What explains why the face of Minister Inca's killer is absent in his science vision. That is actually easy to explain. The proof is in his notes, so take that. A notepad? Yes, it was found in Minister Inca's room, and it holds the answer we're looking for. As you can see, it's filled with detailed notes on various individuals. What kind of clothes they wear, hairstyles, and other discerning physical characteristics. And this is connected to the faceless nature of the killer. Oh? The vision we saw was exactly what Minister Inca saw with his own eyes. It is he who saw his killer as a person without a face. In fact, this is how he normally saw everyone around him. What's this? I believe Minister Inca had a disorder that prevented him from recognizing faces. It would explain the faceless being. Yeah, it certainly would. And why he needed a notepad full of people's physical characteristics. Now that I think about it, My father was always a terrible at the American people. Also, you didn't know yourself, huh? By simply saying to my hairstyle, he would fail to recognize even me. Well, now you know why. Your Eminence. You know that your husband had a social disorder, didn't you? I take the silence as a yes. He never wished for you to become public knowledge. But I suppose there is no use in keeping quiet about it now. It is as you say, my late husband had a special disorder that hindered his ability to recognize the faces. The medical term for it is prosopagnosia. So Mr. White was right. The memories of those afflicted with such disorders in life do appear strange at times. There is a precedent for this. So the killer likely never put a disorder and used it to the advantage. Right, so there is someone with both knowledge about the divination science and aware of Inca's application. It all comes down to Naina. Your Eminence, we never put your husband's condition. A small number of servants attended to his needs, and me. Sorry, I'm not about to insinuate that I committed this crime. Now, I do in fact believe that you are innocent. Oh no, your Eminence, still could she have done it? Kyan has an alibi, remember? Yeah, we know for a fact that she didn't do it. Alright, she was conducting the rite of Sanilin at 2 p.m. In that case, your Eminence, does Naina know about Minister Inca's disorder? Of course it does. She is our head servant. So I was right then. So as her head servant, she never put Minister Inca's condition. And as the princess' personal attendant, she is familiar with the divination science. If there's true facts to get, it will make her a possible suspect. I don't know what would. You witless lawyer, how quick you are to forget the facts. Facts like, when Iga was last seen alive, you claim he was slain at 2. Yet that is impossible, for I first saw him at 2:30. Fuck. I actually forgot all about that. We did completely forget about that. Yeah, that we did. No, there must be some mistake. So you see, the murder could only have happened at 3 p.m. The overtalker entered the door. There is no other answer to this puzzle. Oh, why don't we ever get to make up answers like a guy and makes up loves? Cause it's back to score 1. Where did we go wrong? I don't think we the problem. Just seem to be sort one piece of the puzzle of the deduction so far explain everything to a T. Everything except for Inca sighting at the true authority. Yeah, that's the hardest one to figure out. Yeah, how this one go explaining that? I see. And without the final puzzle piece, all of our deductions fall apart. Apollo, if Inca sighting is the only anomaly, you just have to find a way to make it fit into the bigger picture. Time to think outside the box then, right? Let's see. It will be impossible to see Inca walking around after he'd been killed. But what if there was a way to make people think he was alive, even though he was dead? I wonder, could that be the answer? Well, definitely not Kayan, but what about Maya? Like a way to make people witness the living dead? Sounds like some kind of TV show. Things like that don't happen in real life. Actually, Apollo, did you use? I did. I figured it out. I know how to make people witness the living dead. Your Majesty, our deductions weren't wrong after all. Despite the Inca being murdered at 2 p.m., he was seen heading into the tomb at 2:30, and I'll tell you how. I certainly hope you will, because I have no idea what you're talking about. The minute the Inca happened, everyone saw was in fact I do believe it was someone that was standing in him. That's the only explanation I can think of. It was the case being Saniel. It's the only way a man who was already dead could have been seen by her benevolence. Saniel, do you say? That's right, and there are only 2 people capable of spirit sanity, Hain Kuyain, Her Eminence Queen Kayan, and Maya Fey. It's possible that one of them was signing the minister. It was seen that you are ever bent on making me party to this crime. I assure you it's just a coincidence. Just a second. What was I doing at 2:30 p.m.? The time at which my husband was seen? Eminence. I believe you had completed the Saninin yard and were having tea with the king of the Nephapon Yen. There would have been many attendants there too. Naruto has to keep up with her schedule too. What doesn't she make him do? And that leaves only Maya. Well, I knew it was gonna come to that. Yeah, it does. Maybe someone was forcing her to use her power toward the nefarious ends. Yeah, I do believe that's the case. Det gäller kille kort med pinnetiten in här. That cannot be. So then, Inca scheme. That was probably from when he woke up from being called back to this world. After all, that's when the flow of time would have picked back up for him after he died. So Minister Inca probably leapt to his feet, thinking he'd just had a nightmare. Then, realizing it was almost the time for the hostess exchange, he chased off to Amaya's tomb, not even realizing he was already dead. Then, Heavenly did see a dead man yawning. Indeed. Ah! Using the psychic power of the spirit channeling to commit a crime. How can this be? The defense calls Mr. Maya Fey to the stand. Well, your eminence, will you allow a new witness? It matters not. Either way, this lawyer shall soon know the truth. He will know just how much of an imbecile he is in the face of my infallible arguments. Insult me all you want, wits, but you'll be eating those words when I expose the truth. Very well. Let us adjourn until the next witness is ready. Okay, yeah. I was like, are we gonna go even longer? But no. Because we still have most left to do. Because I mean, we are trying to solve 2 cases here. Like, after we have managed to solve after we have managed to finish Inca's murder, so will we also have to do with that arson. But let me tell you, I'm exhausted. I'm mentally exhausted. Okay, now that I can finally relax, I'm really feeling it. I'm feeling how mentally exhausted I am now. Like, the yesterday tomorrow is really gonna do me good with making me a sauce. Anyway, so that's it for today then. So I'm just gonna be saying over. Oh yeah, let's note. And then let me close the game. And then I'm just gonna go high and then well I do believe that this is actually enough for today now, so the next team is gonna be, let's actually see when the next team will be. Just give me a little bit here. So the next team is gonna be Advanced Day with some Tales of Cold Steel 4. And now, well, if you wanna follow me at social, how you go. And do feel free to join my Discord if you wanna hang if you wanna hang out. And if you aren't subscribed, you can use this 8 message. Otherwise you can use this one. And now, well, I'm just gonna look for someone to yate now, so I'll be seeing you all next time. Good night, Uyatsumi.